Morning, Chileka. Morning, DM.
Morning, Honorable Diplo. Good morning, Honorable Singh. Are you good?
Huh. How are you, G?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Tell
Thanks for
me.
pulling together that whole document for COP. It's very
Oh,
useful. Thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes. Now tell me, so on the 11th, there were no, I mean on the 12th, there were no business class seats. So we were advised to move the traveling date to the 11th, not the 12th. So are
Hmm.
you comfortable with that idea?
I think so. I'll have a quick look at my calendar, but I think so.
Oh, okay, all right. No, that's great.
G, do you know if we're traveling in the evening of the 11th or the morning?
The evening.
Okay, that's even
Yeah, it's
better.
gonna be the evening. Yeah, yeah. And then you joining the Cape Town or you're gonna fly straight from Joburg?
It depends on whether or not I have to be in the house that week
Oh,
or
that
that
week.
morning.
Oh, okay. All right.
Um,
Good.
but I will probably fly from Johannesburg.
From Joburg. Okay, no, that's
If
fine.
I have to make a plan, I'll use my entitlements to get from Cape Town to Joburg, so don't worry.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine then. We're also waiting for the speaker to sign. So once we get that last signature,
Hmm.
then we'll be able to confirm everything, go through the details, which member is flying from which province and that.
Hmm.
And yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be good to get it all finalized, hey?
Yes, yes, but at least we got accommodation. So
Hmm.
most attendees are canceling now. So yeah, a hotel was found because the other apartments that we were getting, they didn't look so good. We were not sure
Hmm.
we can keep
Darren
members.
was saying so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And they didn't offer catering.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that creates a problem.
Yes, yes. But yeah, no, it's promising at this stage.
Good. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Honorable Diplo.
Thank you. I want to check if the DM's online now. Just wanted to ask him a quick question.
Okay, all right.
DM Singh? No, not yet.
Maybe he's busy in a call or something. Let me check with Harish.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. It's past, and I think we may start the meeting.
Good morning. Is that you, Chileka?
Yes, Honorable Singh, it's me.
Good to hear your voice. Honorable Andrew didn't call me yet. Thank you.
Oh, I sent him a message. Honorable members.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Morning,
morning.
Chief.
Morning, members. Are we ready? It's past.
Yes, we're ready. Morning, and how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, members. Members, so Chairperson has been booked off sick. So before we can start, we need to nominate an acting chair for this session. So members, I'll be calling for nominations. Is that in order?
It is.
All right. Can I have a name, honorable members? Thank you. Honorable Makasi, I'm noting your hand.
Good morning, Chileka. Good morning to the minister and deputy ministers if they're present. I can't see, I'm on my phone. And greetings to the honorable members present in the meeting and all the officials. I would like to note that the chair is not well and we wish her a speedy recovery, and would like to nominate Honorable Bilankulu to be the chair of the session of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Members, can I have a seconder, please? Honorable Peach.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. I second the nomination for Member Balankulo to take over the chairmanship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Peach. Honorable Bilankulu, good morning. Do you accept the nomination?
Good morning, Shileka. I do accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any objection to the nomination of Honorable Bilankulu? Going once?
No objection.
No, thank you, thank you. Honorable Bilankulu, you have been duly elected as the acting chair for this meeting. Congratulations, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And good morning. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, honorable members, the officials from the department, our staff, members of parliament, and everyone else in the platform. Good morning once more. I also want to send the message of to the chairperson and also to Honorable Khumalo. I wish them the speedy recovery. I believe that God is in the center of everything. He's going to see them through whatever challenges they are facing. Because in him we believe, and I believe that as the creator of everything, he's going to heal them and heal them permanently. We are going to start with our meeting, honorable members and the minister. I believe that today is one of the days that God has made. And I believe all of us, we are going to use this day we're going to use it in a profitable manner. Before I proceed, I would like to welcome everyone and to say, let's feel free, let's participate in making sure that our meeting at the end of the day is a success, not to us only, but to everyone else in our country and around the globe. The year 2024 was a crucial year for the global environment sector. For the first time since 2000, the conferences of parties to the Rio Conventions on Climate Change, Biodiversity, and Desertification met within the same calendar year. The year registered record temperatures that temporarily surpasses the 1.5 degrees Celsius long-term temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. The World Meteorological Organization project on 80% chance that at least one of the next 5 years will surpass this record, underscoring the urgency of coordinated action. Already the first half of 2025 has been among the hottest on records, with January reaching a new peak and March through May ranking as the record warmest globally. With record-breaking climate event and increasing threats to ecosystem and communities, the urgency to act in a coordinated manner across these conventions has never been greater.
The triple COP moment presented both a challenge and an opportunity, emphasizing the deep interconnectedness among the climate change, biodiversity, and desertification crisis, and highlighting the urgent need for integrated solutions. Nature-based solutions such as sustainable agriculture, forestation, and ecosystem restoration offer a practical and affordable approach to tackling environmental challenges. They help mitigate and adapt to climate change while also promoting biodiversity and reducing land degradation. However, these initiatives need fair and equitable access to finance, capacity building, and technologies for developing countries, with historical emitters bearing their fair share of responsibility, in line with the spirit of common but differentiated responsibilities. Today's meeting serves both as an oversight mechanism and a platform to strengthen our advocacy in global parliamentary forums. Our efforts must align with national priorities, promote inclusivity, and ensure that COP outcomes translate into tangible progress on poverty, unemployment, and inequality, where no one is left behind. I welcome everyone and appreciate you taking time to contribute to solving environmental challenges that we're facing today. This was my opening remarks. Can I get the apologies, Secretary?
Yes, Honorable Belankulu, I've received the following apologies from the chair. She is sick, as mentioned earlier. Honorable Paulson is attending the PC on energy meeting. She's also a member there. DM Singh has requested to be excused from 11 a.m. to attend another meeting. DM Swartz was struggling to join the meeting. Yes, those are the apologies, Acting Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I think on top of that, it's one from Honorable Kumalo. She's not well. She's gone back for review today.
Yes. Okay.
So she won't be joining us. We have only these 5 apologies. And I believe honorable members will welcome them. I don't think as these only 5 can make us not to proceed with our meeting. Checking on our on the attendance, I can see that it allows us also to proceed.
Yes, Acting Chair, we have 7 members in attendance. Therefore, we do have the required quorum to proceed with the meeting. I'm not sure whether you want me to also go through the delegation list.
You can, Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Acting Chair. The delegation list for today's meeting is as follows. The delegation is led by the Minister, Honorable Dr. George, supported by Honorable Singh, the Deputy Minister. The DG, Ms. Novundo Shabalala, is present. Mr. Maisela Kekana, the Deputy Director General for Climate and Air Quality, is also in the meeting. Ms. Flora, I struggle to pronounce her name. She's the Deputy Director General for Biodiversity and Conservation. And then we also have Ms. Pemi Gasela. She's a Chief Director for International Climate Change Relations and Reporting. And then Ms. Mukondi Matusa. She's a Chief Director for Biodiversity Management and Permitting. Mr. Mkhuthazi Steleki. He's a Director for Climate Change Developments and International Mechanisms. Then Ms. Sandra Mutswaneti. She's a Director for UNFCCC. Ms. Miss I can't pronounce that. Miss Rambau. She's the Director for Drylands and Wetlands Conservation. And lastly, Mr. Simon Malete, Director, Administration, Biodiversity and Conservation. Okay, also Chair, on the list, I don't see the names of the supporting officials in the Office of the Minister and Deputy Minister and Office of the DG, Mr. Mnguni, Ms. Hobela, and Mr. Kanunu, and Piwo Dingiswayo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are proceeding with our meeting. On our agenda, item number 2, it will be the overview by the Minister or Deputy Minister, and then the briefing by the department in the implementation of outcomes of the Triple COP's United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, COP16, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, COP16, overview information of South Africa's NDC 30 and United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP29, and South Africa's position going to COP30. Then questions and discussion, then committee business. Can I get one to move for the adoption of the agenda? I see the hand of Honorable De Block, then Honorable Makasi.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Good morning, colleagues, everyone on the platform. I'd just like to also give my best wishes to our chairperson, Rabisa Ganshaw. I hope she recovers very quickly, as well as Honorable Kumalo. Thank you very much, Acting Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makasi.
Thank you, Chair. I second Honorable De Block in adopting the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our agenda has been moved and seconded respectively. We are now proceeding with our meeting. Honorable, I've seen that we are blessed. We are having our minister in our meeting today. So I'll take this opportunity and give to the Honorable Minister and give us the overview. Good morning, Honorable Minister, and over to you.
Good morning, all. Acting Chairperson, honourable members, colleagues. I wish Honourable Ganshaw well and a speedy recovery. Thank you for the opportunity to brief the committee on South Africa's implementation of outcomes from COP16, COP29, and our priorities as we prepare for COP30 in Belém, Brazil. These international conferences are not events in isolation. They form part of a continuum that guides how we protect biodiversity, restore land, and respond to climate change while advancing inclusive growth and job creation at home. At COP16, parties recognized that land degradation and drought are major drivers of migration and inequality. The decisions taken call for countries to align policies on land use, agriculture, water management, and infrastructure with restoration and conservation goals. For South Africa, this translates into scaling up large multi-sector projects to rehabilitate degraded landscapes, promote sustainable use of ecosystems, and build drought resilience supported through both domestic and international partnerships. At COP29, held in Baku, the outcomes helped pave the way for COP30. We advanced the new global financial roadmap of $1.3 trillion per year by 2035, and progress was made on adaptation, transparency, and the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Looking ahead to COP30, South Africa will submit its second nationally determined contribution, our fair and science-based contribution to the global effort. The updated NDC builds on lessons from our first submission and is guided by the Climate Change Act. It aligns our national climate strategies with economic planning, ensuring that mitigation and adaptation efforts support our broader priorities of reducing poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Our focus areas going into COP30 remain clear. On adaptation, we will work to finalize the global goal on adaptation with measurable indicators and predictable support. On mitigation, we are pressing for the Sharm el-Sheikh work program to deliver real finance for projects through blended investment models. On the just transition, we will continue to advocate that transitions must be economy-wide, inclusive, and internationally supported. On loss and damage, we aim to see the fund fully operational and accessible, with the Santiago network providing hands-on technical support. On finance, we will push to advance the $1.3 trillion roadmap, ensuring it includes grants, concessional instruments, and fiscal space for developing economy countries. And we will continue to promote transparency and gender equality, supporting developing economy countries in meeting reporting obligations under the Enhanced Transparency Framework, and ensuring a strong gender action plan aligned with our own. Chairperson, these priorities are embedded in our national legislation, strategies, and implementation programs. They reflect our belief that environmental protection and economic growth are not competing goals, but mutually reinforcing ones. Through the different COPs, we are building a pathway for South Africa that is sustainable, resilient, and just, both for our people today and for generations to come. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me also give the opportunity to the two DMs. I heard that DM Singh will be leaving when time comes. So let me give the opportunity first to DM Singh, then DM Swart will follow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chair, and good morning to you and honorable members, and to the Minister and all our colleagues that are on board, and good wishes to those that are unwell. The Minister has spoken, and I'm satisfied, safe to say that I had the privilege of attending on his behalf and on behalf of the department, the biodiversity COPs in Cali, which couldn't conclude, and we went on to Rome. But I think the details will come, and if there are any questions, I'll be able to assist the Minister and our team in answering questions later on. But I'll leave it about 12 o'clock, Honorable Acting Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM Singh. That was too fast. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Swart.
Good morning, Acting Chair. Good morning to honorable members, Minister and DM Singh. I also am not going to say anything, Acting Chair, safe to say that I was part of the COP16 in Riyadh, and that I've been part of the working groups in Brazil, representing the Minister in preparation for COP30, and that should the need arise, we are here to add on to responses when the time comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM Swart. That was proactive. Thank you very much. We are proceeding with our meeting. I don't know, Honorable Minister, whether it will be you or it will be the DG who will introduce the one who is going to brief us from the department. Thank you.
First, DG will introduce the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary, can you put the agenda on the... Thank you. So now we're going to be briefed by the department on the implementation of outcomes of the Triple COPS United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. I don't know who is responsible. Can you please take us through?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, and Deputy Minister Singh and Deputy Minister Swartz. We have the respective DDGs. So for the first briefing on the outcome of the CBD COP 16, Ms. Mohotla will then take us through, together with her team, from biodiversity and conservation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much,
DG Mohotla.
DG. Thank you, DG. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, honorable members. Mr. Maleti is going to take you through the outcome of COP16 of United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. And then Mr. Makale Aziva Hanze will take you through the outcome of COP16 of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I will immediately give over to Mr. Maleti. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG, and good morning to the Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also to the colleagues. I'm just awaiting the presentation on the screen. Members, I'm not sure if it's only me that's having a problem with the screen. It looks like we're not ready to go.
Yeah, there's nothing, Mr. Maleti.
Yes. Yes, because I think the Secretariat is putting the presentation on the screen. If they can, it's still...
Chilega, are you assisting them? Chilega.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, sure. Pumalo's laptop froze, honorable members. We're attending to that. Just a sec.
Okay. Yeah.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. We're also trying to flight from our side as a backup if Pumolo is struggling. Chairperson, apologies.
Fine, DG.
Mr. Maleta, please confirm, is this the one that I must flight or the other one?
No, this one. Thank you very much, Pumla.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, my name is Simon Malete. I am actually the Acting Chief Director, Biodiversity Monitoring and Specialist Services. I'm going to be presenting to the committee here the report on the outcomes of the 16th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD COP16, and the meetings of its protocol, which were held in Cali, Colombia from 21 October to 1 November 2024, and the resumed session held in Rome, Italy from 25 to 27 February 2025. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this presentation is basically to request the Portfolio Committee to note the report of the outcomes of the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD COP16, and the meetings of its protocols held in Cali, Colombia from 21 October to 1 November 2024, with the resumed session held in Rome, Italy from 25 to 27 February 2025. Next slide. So just to provide a summary in relation to the strategic focus of this meeting. So the CBD COP16 and its meetings of its protocols were held concurrently in Cali, Colombia, from the 21st October to the 1st of November 2024. And these protocols are basically the Cartagena Protocol and the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Protocol. Prior to the meetings, Cabinet approved the negotiating mandate, which basically formed the basis of our negotiations. There was also a high-level segment of ministers, which was held on 29 to 30 October 2024, to provide an opportunity for ministers to report back on actions and initiatives underway to continue momentum for the implementation of the GBF. The Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Mr. Naren Singh, participated in the high-level segment and delivered a statement in plenary and during side events and engaged on bilaterally on strategic issues, but to also provide political guidance on issues that negotiators might not have been able to agree on. Next slide. So the negotiations at the COP16 were suspended on the 2nd of November 2024, basically due to the lack of quorum. What this means is that negotiations continued until the following morning, and negotiators were now rushing for their scheduled flights, hence then the meeting could not meet the quorum. When the suspension took place, the decisions that were not yet taken were on resource mobilization, financial mechanism, monitoring framework for the Global Biodiversity Framework, mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting, and review, cooperation with other conventions and international organizations, the multi-year program of work of the COP, and matters related to the appointment of the executive secretaries. A resumed session of the COP16 was held in Rome, Italy, from the 25th to the 27th February 2025 to adopt decisions on these outstanding items. In this meeting, Deputy Minister Mr. Singh also attended the resumed session in Rome from 25 to 27 February 2025. He played a significant role in the finalization of the resource mobilization decision as part of the BRICS and through bilaterals with developed countries and the Africa Group of Negotiators. This was a very critical discussion around the resource mobilization, and as South Africa, we believe that we played our part in terms of influencing the decisions that related to the resource mobilization. Next slide. Oh, sorry, we are on that slide. So the CBD COP16 and the meetings of its protocol were held concurrently in Cali, Colombia from the 21 October to 1 November 2024. It looks like we are back to that slide. Next slide. Thank you very much. Just to provide a background on key issues that were critical for this negotiation. One is one on the progress in the national target setting and updating of the national biodiversity strategy and action plans. So the CBD COP15 agreed on the global biodiversity framework and requested parties to revise their NB-subs in line with the GBF, or to align with the GBF. And it was agreed in terms of the approved negotiating mandate for South Africa is that we had communicated the national targets as they were approved by the minister. And communication of such national targets was basically an expression of readiness and action and early actions to implement the GBF in advance of the full submission of the revised NB-subs. So the COP16 outcome was that we had about 119 countries that had communicated their national target. 44 countries submitted revised NB-subs, and parties that have not yet revised and updated their NB-subs were then requested to do so as soon as possible. And the implications for national implementation is that South Africa, we are currently revising our NB-subs, and we are hoping to submit the new revised NB-subs by the end of December 2025. Next slide. Next slide, please. I'm not sure. On my side, we are still on the NB-subs. Can we go to the next slide?
Sorry, Chairperson. I think it's moving for all of us, but maybe not for Mr. Maleta, because he was going to go on to the DSI one.
You are on DSI, DM. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I am now on DSI. So just to provide a background around the DSI, which is the Digital Sequence Information on Genetic Resources, COP16 was to operationalize the multilateral mechanisms for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of DSI and its global fund established at the COP15. We sought for the negotiated mandate, and South Africa was to support that users of digital sequence information on genetic resources who benefit from the use of DSI in their commercial activities should be obliged to contribute to the global fund about 1% of their profits in terms of their revenue. However, the COP16 outcome adopted modalities for operating the multilateral mechanism for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of DSI, including the Global Fund, which was to be called the Cali Fund. It was agreed that the users that directly or indirectly benefit in their commercial activities should contribute a proportion of their profits or revenue to the Cali Fund according to their size. And as you would be aware, members, that at negotiations, we moved with the position that says 1%. But when we started negotiations, we then compromised, and we believed that it was a good compromise because we also took care of the small enterprises so that this contribution should not just be a 1%, but should be proportionate, looking at the size of the companies. And we thought that it was a good compromise. So as South Africa, what are the implications for national implementation? We will explore and establish measures to receive the funds from the Cali Fund in terms of what is going to be the processes for accessing that, and will also include the measures to contribute towards the Cali Fund as appropriate. Next slide. The next issue was on the technical and scientific cooperation and technology transfer. So the background to this is that COP15 established a network of regional and sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers to support the implementation of the GPF. SANBI is one of the 18 entities that were selected to host such centers. And the SANBI is then responsible for the SADC region in this regard. COP16 also was to decide on whether the global coordination entity will be hosted by the CBD Secretariat or an international organization with a global mandate. The approved mandate in this regard was that South Africa was to support the hosting of the global coordination entity by the CBD Secretariat, complemented by an international organization, considering the time lag remaining to 2030. So our view as South Africa was that we would support that the CBD Secretariat work hand in hand with an international organization in this regard. However, the COP16 outcome was that COP16 decided that the CBD Secretariat will host the global coordination entity for the support of these centers. And the implication for national implementation is that SANBI will then have to develop and submit a biennial work plan for the period 2025-26, as well as the activity to report for the same period for the review by the subsidiary body or on implementation, which is going to be taking place in February 2026. Next slide. The next issue was the recommendations from the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. So the background to this is that the UNFCCC proposed to eliminate the use of the term local communities in conjunction with the indigenous peoples. In addition, Colombia and Brazil proposed the addition of language related to people of African descent to the program of work on traditional knowledge, innovation, and practices of the IPLCs. The approved mandate in this regard was that South Africa and the Africa Group did not support the recommendations of the UNFCCC, as well as the inclusion of the people of African descent in the program of work. However, the COP16 outcome adopted the program of work and established a permanent subsidiary body to enhance the engagements and participation of indigenous people and local communities in the CBD process, and we are part and parcel of that body. A standalone decision recognizing the role of people of African descent was also adopted in this regard. So the implication for national implementation was that DFFE will then partner with the DSTI to implement the program of work as it comes out of the subsidiary body. Next slide. The last important item was on the resource mobilization and the financial mechanism. Just to provide a background, the finance gap to hold and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030 from all sources is sitting or is estimated at around $200 billion USD annually, including $30 billion USD through international finance. COP15 adopted the interim strategy for resource mobilization up to 2025. COP16 was therefore expected to adopt the revised strategy to assess the efficiency, effectiveness, gaps, and overlaps in the biodiversity finance landscape, and also take a decision on global instrument on biodiversity finance. We received an approved negotiating mandate, which was that South Africa was going to advocate for the operationalization of a dedicated global biodiversity fund under the authority of the COP. However, the COP16 outcome was that the resume session of COP16 in Rome adopted the revised resource mobilization strategy for the period 2025 to 2030. The COP also agreed on a commitment to establish a permanent arrangement for the financial mechanism in accordance with Article 21 and Article 39 of the Convention, while simultaneously working on improving existing financial mechanisms, including a roadmap of the activities and decision-making milestones from now until 2030. So the implications for national implementation is that South Africa is to participate in the intersessional processes to influence the establishment of the permanent financial mechanism. So in terms of this, it was agreed that we needed to get into the intersessional sessions where we'll then agree on the modalities in terms of the establishment of this financial mechanism. Next slide. I think it's the last. It is therefore recommended that the Portfolio Committee note the report on the outcomes of the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD COP16, and the meeting of its protocols held in Cali, Colombia from 21 October to 1 November 2024, with resumed sessions held in Rome, Italy, from 25 to 27 February 2025. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maliti, for the briefing. Can we get the second presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Makale is going to take us through the outcomes of UNCCD COP16. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Makale, over to you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members and members of the Portfolio Committee. I wanted to check first, am I projecting from my side or they will assist with the projection?
Secretary, are you going to assist them?
They just indicate, Chair, so that I can load the presentation. But I've given Mr. Maliti the hosting rights, if he wants to fly it.
Mr. Maliti, are you assisting the process?
Okay. I wasn't aware that. I'll try that. But I think if it's better, I think, Secretary, if you can assist with that, because I wasn't ready with that.
Secretary, for now, can you assist? Then they can take over from the third one.
Yeah, thanks so much, Secretary. Can I proceed, Chair?
You can proceed.
Yeah, thanks so much. My name is Asibanji Makare. I'm also from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment under the branch Biodiversity and Conservation. I'm going to provide a summary presentation on the outcome of the 16th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, which was held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in December 2024. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So the purpose of the presentation is for the portfolio committee, or to request the portfolio committee to take note of the outcome and implication of the 16th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations to combat desertification, which was held from 2 to 13 December 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Next slide. So this slide is just to introduce the UN Convention to combat desertification. So this is the convention which was adopted on 17 June 1994, and it came into force in 1996. Currently, it has 197 parties, and South Africa, we have ratified this convention in September 1997. So this convention is a key global instrument aimed at addressing desertification, land degradation, and the effects of drought, particularly in arid, semi-arid, and dry subhumid parts of the world. So the main objective of the convention is to combat desertification and mitigate the effects of drought, especially in the countries that are experiencing serious drought or desertification, particularly in Africa, through effective action that are being implemented at all levels. Next slide. Thank you. So the slide is just a summary in terms of what happened prior to the COP. As you will recall, we have already highlighted that it was held in Saudi Arabia from 2 to 13 December 2014, but there were also other two parallel sessions. The first one being the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention. So this is the committee that sits and review how countries are implementing the convention. And then the second one being the session on Committee on Science and Technology, which advise on technological matters relating to addressing desertification, land degradation, and drought, as well as the Committee of the Whole, which is the committee that consider decisions that are being negotiated, including the dialogue on civil society organization that are accredited to the UNCCD, just also to indicate that we do have civil society organizations that are accredited to the UNCCD that work closely with the department in this regard. So the mandate for negotiation were approved by cabinet, and then the delegation of South Africa comprised 24 officials, which were covering 49 agenda items and also 7 higher level action agenda, including sites, event, and other technical side events. So the high level segment was held from 2 to 3 December 2024. There was also a high level segment on drought resilience, which was chaired by our Deputy Minister, Mrs. Bernice Swart, and also participated in delivering of statement in plenary during high-level action agenda side events and other bilateral meetings that were held that discussed strategic issues for South Africa. So for us as a country, the critical agenda item for South Africa is approved through the negotiation mandate included securing of additional investment and relation with financial mechanism, the report of the Intergovernmental Working Group on Drought. This report of the IWG on drought was the IWG, which was established in 2022 in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, to look on the drought options that are there at an international level that we can adopt to address issues of drought. And then another agenda item was the midterm evaluation of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework, including measures to address desertification, land degradation, and drought as one of the drivers that contribute to migration because of the degradation of the critical resources such as water and other issues such as land. Next slide. So the next slide is the higher level summary of the UNCCD COP16. The COP adopted 39 decisions that highlighted the role of land in addressing multiple environmental crises. There were also 4 declarations that were adopted. The first one being the Riyadh Political Declaration, which calls for an urgent need for effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action to address the increasing challenges that are posed by issues of desertification, land degradation, and drought. Looking at their devastating global impacts on community economies, climate change, ecosystem, water, food security, human health, and well-being. The second declaration was on Youth Forum, which aim at supporting youth with a more prominent role in land and drought negotiation and further assist with the overall implementation of the convention at a national level. The third declaration was Indigenous People Declaration, which recognized the importance of Indigenous people while ensuring that their unique perspectives and priorities are adequately represented in the work of the convention at all levels. And then the last declaration was the declaration by civil society organization, which was acknowledging the importance of engaging civil society organization in the UNCCD program of work. Like I've indicated, we have got to civil society organizations that are created under the UNCCD that we also work with at a national level. And then one of the most important outcome was the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership, which was launched with an appropriate amount of 12.15 billion and aimed at supporting 80 countries in building their resilience to drought. So amongst those 80 countries, 43 of those countries will be coming from the Africa region. But I would like to emphasize that we were not considered as a country as initially indicated on this presentation. Due to that, we fall within the G20 countries. So they wanted to support those countries that are more affected by drought, that are less fortunate in terms of the resources to address issues of drought. Next slide. So as we have indicated at the beginning of the presentation, there were 4 critical decisions that were approved by Cabinet in terms of the negotiation mandate. So the first one being securing of additional investment and relation with financial mechanism. So what happened at the COP is that parties acknowledged the need to mobilize additional funding from all sources, including the use of innovative financing mechanism in line with the UNCCD needs assessment. So what happened is that the global mechanism in collaboration with other financial mechanism will assist parties in the resource mobilization and the development of multi-country larger project addressing desertification and drought. So just to highlight that the global mechanism is a component within the UN Convention to combat desertification that assists country parties with the mobilization of additional resources that are required to address desertification, land degradation, and drought. So parties were requested to strengthen their effort in reviewing and updating their voluntary land degradation neutrality targets and streamlining the process with other convention and associated process to accelerate achievement by 2030. And then the global mechanism will also assist parties in accessing funding from various sources. For example, Green Climate Fund, regional development banks, global environment facilities, focal areas, and through the private sectors and innovative funding, which aim for the development and implementation of larger scale, higher impact, multi-country flagship initiative project and program. And then the global mechanism or the global environment facility also agree to strengthen its support for the implementation of the convention, including the prioritization through a replenishment cycle of the GEF to allocate resources that are aimed at addressing issues of drought. Next slide. So in terms of the implication for South Africa, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, working with a National Action Program implementing partners and entities, will contribute with the global mechanism and the global environment facility to operationalize the process toward the development and the implementation of the multi-country larger scale project aimed at addressing desertification, land degradation, and drought. So what is happening at the SADC region is that we are being assisted with what we call the Greater Green Wall initiative, which we are developing with different partners to address issues of desertification, land degradation, and drought, at which at a national level, we have developed what we call the National Action Plan. So we are also amongst the 18 countries that are participating in the phase 2 of the land degradation neutrality target setting program. So through this program, South Africa, we have received financial and technical support, and we are currently updating and reviewing our LDN targets to conclude by March 2026. So the review and update process of the LDN will streamline the process with other convention to accelerate achievement by 2030. Just to highlight that from the UN Convention focal point, we are responsible for target 2 under the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is the target on restoration of degraded ecosystem in this regard. Next slide. So the next agenda item was midterm evaluation of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework. So this is the strategic framework that exists to guide parties in terms of how to address issues of desertification, land degradation, and drought at a national level. So at the COP, parties noted the progress that has been made in the implementation of the 2018-2030 strategic framework, most notably on advancing land degradation neutrality, effective action on drought initiative, including the increasing the visibility of land and drought issue at a global agenda, amongst other achievements. So the COP highlighted the importance and the need for larger scale multi-sector implementation as a priority in the implementation of the convention, which include the formulation of clear global targets to strengthen commitment and focus in action on the ground while fostering synergies at all levels. So parties also agreed on the development and implementation of measures and approaches through project and initiative that promote sustainable land and water management, land restoration, while building drought resilience. So parties also adopted the decision for the Secretariat to develop private sector engagement strategy for protecting, restoring, and sustainable managing land, and for building resilience to desertification, land degradation, and drought, because COP believes that private sector can play a critical role, especially on the mobilization of resources and also involvement in addressing these issues. Next slide. So in terms of the implication for us as South Africa, we are saying that there is an urgent need to prioritize larger scale multi-sector implementation of project and program in the overall implementation of the convention, which include the prioritization of areas affected by land degradation and drought, which could be done through initiative and approaches that are aimed at rehabilitating, restoring, and conservation of degraded landscapes. So the implementation of the convention at a national level will also be achieved through the mobilization of substantial resources, which include domestic and national, to implement larger scale project and program that are going to promote sustainable land and water, land restoration, while building drought resilience. Next slide. So the other key agenda item for South Africa was measures to address desertification, land degradation, and drought as one of the drivers that causes migration. So the COP acknowledged that all forms of migration due to desertification, land degradation, and drought are factors to be considered when streamlining urban-rural linkages in line with national circumstances. And parties that are part of migration initiative at the international level will be provided with technical and financial support from the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism to address desertification, land degradation, and drought as one of the drivers of migration. So the COP adopted a decision to review and align development policies, including an integrated land use planning, land tenure, agricultural practices, water management, and sustainable and resilient infrastructure, with a view to promote the conservation and sustainable use of ecosystem and land restoration, while also considering social and other environmental safeguard issues. Next slide. So in terms of the implication as a country, the adopted decision by parties is in line with the recommendation that emanated from the national assessment on the linkages between migration and desertification, land degradation, and drought, which was undertaken in 2023 and approved by Cabinet for implementation. So during the financial year 2025-2026, South Africa will join other community of nations and join the migration initiatives. Party to this initiative do receive financial and technical support to address migration issues at a national level, especially those migration issues linked to environmental issues. So joining the migration initiative will assist us as South Africa to implement the recommendation and findings made on the National Assessment Report, and the implementation plan have also been developed to guide intervention on the ground. Next slide. So one critical issue, which was very critical for the Africa region as a whole, it was the consideration of the final report by the Intergovernmental Working Group on Drought. So as indicated at the beginning, so this group was established in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, to look at the best possible solution at a global level. How do we address issues of drought, considering the increase in frequency of drought occurrence across the globe? But at the end of the COP, there were no consensus because there were different regional divergence views after intense negotiation that lasted for 2 weeks. So the COP could not reach a consensus in terms of adopting a decision that allow for the adoption of international instrument to address drought. So there were two options on the table that were there for discussion. The first one was the Global Framework on Drought Resilience, and the second one was Protocol on Proactive Drought Management. So the Protocol on Proactive Drought Management was the position for South Africa and the Africa group. But during the negotiation, other parties indicated that they need more time to agree on the best possible global instrument to address drought, while other parties could not agree on the two possible instruments as recommended by the IWG. So what we were advocating for as South Africa and the Africa group is the similar mechanism that also exist under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, and also the UN Convention or the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, where you could see the Paris Agreement, the Nagoya, the Cartagena Protocol, also the Kyoto Protocol. So in this regard, parties have ended up adopting a procedural decision that will allow the continuation of discussion based on the progress that have been made at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at COP16, with a view of adopting a decision at COP17, which is going to be held in Mongolia 2026. Next slide. So in terms of the implication as a country, we are saying, considering that drought will continue to increase in the intensity, frequency, duration, and the spatial extent, South Africa will continue to implement the programs in line with the UNCCD Drought Initiative and the Drought National Plan. So South Africa is also among the country that will benefit through the Riyadh Drought Resilience Partnership. I think this one was not updated, as we have highlighted at the beginning that we have not been considered since we are amongst the countries that fall within the G20, and they're considering countries that are less fortunate. But I think there was also some issue that happened during the AMSEN, which was held in July 2025, where South Africa was nominated to champion issues of drought at a global level, with a view of trying to find a consensus amongst parties building up to the UNCCD COP17. And the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Dr. Dion George, I think is going to be the one who is leading that championship in trying to find consensus among the countries building to the UNCCD COP16. Next slide. So on the slide of recommendation, it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee takes note of the outcomes report and the implication from the 16th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, which was held from 2 to 13 December 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I think that is all, Chair, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makare. Rowafa. The third presenter, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have the overview information on South Africa's NDC, and Ms. Kasela Pemi will take us through that presentation. She will also do the next presentation on the UNFCCC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG and DGs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the Portfolio Committee with a brief on South Africa's national determined contribution. For us, it's the second national determined contribution, but in the UNFCCC is called NDC 3.0. This presentation will provide an overview of how our country is enhancing its climate ambition while aligning our commitments with national priorities of sustainable development, poverty eradication, and unemployment, as well as the just transition. Our NDC builds on lessons from the first submissions in terms of the content, and it takes account the outcomes from the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. It also reflects our determination to balance environmental integrity with economic growth, energy security, and social equity. It's also fully aligned with our Climate Change Act, the National Just Transition Framework, and the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. Can move to the next slide, please. In terms of how we have structured our NDC, adaptation and loss and damage are the central pillars of our NDC. This reflects both our vulnerability and our global leadership role in advancing resilience, especially under the global goal on adaptation, which we have championed very strongly in the international negotiations. This is also seen from the 2022 KwaZulu-Natal floods, which illustrate the amounting cost of climate impacts, with hundreds of lives lost, extensive infrastructure damage and displacement, showing that adaptation and loss and damage are not option, but are urgent. And this is why our NDC is strengthening visibility on loss and damage, acknowledging the increasing toll of extreme weather events on communities, infrastructure, and ecosystem, because this the loss and damages, they go into 100 billions of rands in damages to infrastructure and loss of agricultural output. Next slide, please. On adaptation, our adaptation communication in the NDC includes clear 8 goals with priority interventions, tracking methods, and estimated cost. The structure of our NDC is aligned with our Climate Change Act. We have identified 8 national adaptation goals with 36 investable options, which are costed and prioritized. And these cover critical sectors such as adapting to water and sanitation system, the enhancement of our disaster risk management, health and sanitation provision, as well as the upgrading of critical transport infrastructure to maintain functioning under increased rainfall intensity, heat stress, wind speed, and storm surges. It also focuses on enhanced nutritious food access and affordability through support to agriculture and fishery producers and distributors on
What's happening now?
Chairperson, I think she has been kicked out.
Lost her.
No,
Lost
she's still there.
person.
She's back, but I don't know what's happening to.
She's there and the mic.
I'm still here. I'm just waiting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You were saying you
For
are
the next slide. I was saying I was waiting for the next slide. Yes, I'm on this slide now. On enhanced climate service with early warning system and impact information made accessible to wide range of users, as well as there were goals on enhancing ecosystem based adaptation to heat and water stresses, and thereby protecting South Africa's natural heritage, our biodiversity, and improving ecosystem functioning that underpins our cultural identity, food system, and human well-being, and our tourism economy. It's also focusing on capacitating all spheres of government on implementing the adaptation through enacting and enforcing all provision of the Climate Change Act. And our 8th goal will be focusing on enhancing efforts to build climate resilient human settlement and resilient infrastructure. If we can move to the next slide, please. Now, in terms of the key consideration that we took in terms of our mitigation target, our proposed 2035 emission target range is consistent with key policy goals, including for sustainable development, food security, energy consistent with the carbon emission, national interests with the urgent need to climate change. In terms of the international context, it's aligned with the Paris Agreement and the global stocktake. It's consistent with the 1.5 degree.
I think there is a problem of network where you are. Can you shift a little bit?
This long-term goal here, thereafter, and developed countries, the progress. There's a progression in terms of the previous NDC in the context of just transition to net zero emission by around mid-century. The next slide, please. Now, this range is as I said, is consistent with the 1.5 degrees. It's also important that this target supports our long-term trajectory towards the net zero carbon emission around mid-century. We can move to the next slide. Now, in terms of why the 320, the target range of 320 to 380 millitons of carbon dioxide equivalent have been taken. It takes various uncertainties into account, including uncertainties arising from policy implementation, the issue of limit to availability of data, economic growth, technology uncertainty, as well as the geopolitical complexities. The lower end of the range is within the equity-based range for South Africa's target, and it's consistent with the global trajectory to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature goal. And this is a progression from the first NDC that was submitted in 2011. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the just transition and mitigation investment, we estimate that approximately 3 trillion rands will be required between 2020 2026 and 2030 vision of strengthening renewable energy deployment, electrification, and protection for workers, communities.
Can you please try and change a little bit? Because you keep on cutting. I don't know why. I think there is a problem of network where you are. Please.
Okay, can I just try to connect with my phone quickly?
Chairperson, can I request that DDG Maisela Kekane continues while then Pemi is trying to sort out her network so that we don't waste the committee's time, Chair.
Please.
Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, DG and the chairperson, ministers and deputy ministers. So I'll just continue from this just transition and mitigation investment needs. This slide is under the third pillar of the NDC, which talks to the support needs for our NDC. Right? And the main issue here is on bullet number 3, that estimated the total costs of the investments that would be required for us to achieve our NDC in line with the plans that we have, such as the just transition framework and the just energy transition and sectoral emission targets and investment plans that we've put forward. Can we move to the next slide? Yes. So a dedicated support section, as I said, is outlined. This is in line with Articles 9 to 11 of the Paris Agreement, because Article 9 is about support to be provided to developing countries by developed countries. And Article 11, there talks to the issues of adaptation. So the support needs for our NDCs is for both the implementation of our mitigation measures and the adaptation measures. So, but just looking backwards in terms of what has been achieved so far, members would recall that last year, before COP, we presented or submitted what we call the first biannual transparency report, or BRRR1, where it indicate the report indicate that South Africa accessed climate finance of about 0.827 billion between 2021 and 2022, and we are currently busy preparing a report for 2023 to 2024, which will give us an updated figure of the amounts that have been received. So the other thing that we intend to do, once you submit your NDC 3.0 or second NDC, this shows the donors the opportunities that are there to invest in your country. So we are hoping with the submission of this NDC, we will then be able to attract more resources. And this goes for many other issues, such as participation in carbon markets, for example. So submission of the NDC is quite important. Can we move to the next slide? This slide just explains the process that is followed, and this is normal cluster process, such as the ICTC cluster system from both the technical, which is GCAC, to the cabinet committees. But over and above that, we held several meetings between the two ministers of DFFE and the DEE and their technical teams to try to align both the IRP and the NDCs. And in the end, we managed to come up with both documents, the IRP and the NDC, that talks to each other. Before finalizing the document, obviously, we also gazetted the NDC for public consultations on 30 July 2025. And we received quite a lot of feedback from that. We also conducted national stakeholder consultations in all 9 provinces in person, for that matter, but also we provided an option for virtual so that we can cover a lot of ground within the province that we would be doing those consultations. We also did the government technical process, such as Working Group 9, which constitute of not only the national but provincial spheres of government and SALGA and so forth. We also had targeted stakeholder consultations. We even received requests from those that wanted to see us, and we accommodated all those from the NGOs, the academia, industry, and so forth, and received some endorsement letters in that regard for the NDC itself. And finally, we presented to Cabinet on October 15, and we got approval for submission to the UNFCCC. The next slide. Thank you. Those were just the remaining slides from PEMI side. I think we can now proceed to the COP, which is taking place in Belém, but starting with the report back from Baku, so that we can show that continuation. Let's move to the second slide. So this is, as I said, the report back from Baku COP and the position for Belém COP. Next slide. So in Baku, we had several expectations, which was really not to drop the ball from the previous COPs, including the Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh and Dubai outcomes, but to take an upward trajectory when it comes to the climate action. But as we all know, the Baku COP was really what was called a finance COP, and in particular, this goal called the new collective quantified goal. And this talks to the issue of the money that needs to be made available to developing countries from the goal that existed at the time, which was 100 billion, coming right way back from Copenhagen COP in 2009. But also, we also wanted to provide guidance on the NDCs and the national adaptation plans, the low emissions development plans, and so forth. So let's move to the next. So what was achieved in Baku? At the end, there was this, what was called the Baku Climate Unity Pact. And this consists really of critical decisions, a decision on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, so that UNCCD, a global goal on adaptation, key decision on the framework there, and the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program. So this is a progress on how we are doing in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission. There was a little bit of a step change in that regard. And finally, the issue of carbon markets. We concluded all the modalities and procedures on carbon markets, or what is called the Paris Agreement Article 6.2 and 6.4, and this decision was actually adopted in Baku. So the key outcomes, as I said, when it comes to the finance, of course, developing countries, we were pushing for a goal of 1.3 trillion. But in the end, the decision spoke about the 300 billion. So increasing 100 billion to 300 billion per annum by 2035. But there was also an agreement that the next COP, the Belém COP, should present a roadmap on how to reach what we were demanding, which is a 1.3 trillion, because 300 is just 100 times 3, but it's not really what as developing countries were presenting. So that is the first big outcome. But tied to this, as Minister would have presented, were other key issues within the UNCCD itself. For example, the decision talks to issues of reducing the cost of capital. The decision talks to the issues of reforming the global finance architecture and so forth. And those issues we then picked up through the G20 of South Africa presidency, through various working groups that met this year. Article 6.2, as I already indicated, this was quite important for all of us because it will allow countries like ourselves and other developing economic countries to initiate new carbon market projects. And these are important if you are looking at difficult industries such as iron and cement and steel and all those things. The technology is not that cheap there. So if you deploy your carbon markets strategically in those, you can start the decarbonization without harming your industry in those areas. So this Article 6 was quite important for us, hence we pushed it so hard. And of course, on the mitigation, the whole issue is we have project pipelines and sometimes there's not enough matchmaking. Of course, the mitigation work program, it does try to have a investment-focused event. However, there was a new proposal here, and which was adopted in Baku to create a new platform for this particular matchmaking, so that you don't wait for one event to the next event to do the matchmaking, so it becomes continuous. So this was something that was quite important coming out of Baku. Next slide. On the global goal on adaptation, it's quite important, or was important to us, to see how the work is progressing as mandated by the previous COP in Dubai. That said, we need to do indicators to measure progress towards global goal on adaptation. And this is what was received in Baku, that progress. And that progress, of course, that work is concluding with the COP in Belém. Hence, the COP in Belém is really a COP of adaptation, and it's purely because of this, what was started in Baku. The loss and damage, COP29 welcomed the rapid institutionalization of the fund, where South Africa was also part of the co-chair of the board of this particular fund. So it took only a year from Dubai to Baku to institutionalize the loss and damage fund, which was a welcome progress. The response measures, and this include unilateral trade measures, a very important issue for South Africa, especially with the carbon border adjustment measures coming into effect. So it was important that we focus on this particular agenda item, and we agreed on establishing a 4-year program to continue to discussing these responses from developed countries that affect us in the developing countries. So the cross-border impacts of these measures, which are aimed at combating climate change, are quite important, as they can have a negative consequence to us. Other decisions from COP20 included extending the work of the Lima Work Program on gender and climate change for another 10 years. As we all know, issues of gender are important to everyone. Other decisions included addressing critical challenges in agriculture and food security. There was also a Baku work plan for local communities and indigenous platform to enhance participation in climate action. And I think our biodiversity colleagues also spoke about this. You can see there's a concerted efforts to include local communities and indigenous communities in all these conventions. So there was another adaptation committee report that was also adopted. This is just a report that tells us what is the progress on adaptation. There was also a decision on the second review of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Many countries, especially Global South or developing countries, capacity building is quite important, and in particular institutional capacity building, that's important. Another decision that's important relates to education and awareness. This is what we call action for climate empowerment. Next slide. So the political dynamics, as we all know, it was not a favorable year. Global tensions, as we all know, including at that point in time, uncertainties around the US elections, which have since happened, and ongoing conflicts and economic instability that did not create a good environment for the COP. However, with all that said, the COP still continued and produced the decisions as presented in the previous slides. Can we move to the next? So the implications really were quite simple. We had to focus on the NDC, and the NDC had to be robust as much as it can be. Because the whole idea about providing guidance for the NDCs, and the NDC has been submitted as previously outlined in the previous slide. But also, as I said, the COP30 decisions were going to feed into our G20 presidency, and indeed the presidency, G20 presidency, through various working groups, dealt with various pieces of the outcomes of this COP, from finance to mitigation and adaptation. Can we move to the next? which is now 2025 Belém or COP30 in Brazil. This is taking place from November 10 to 21. And of course, just in terms of the structure, this includes the first week of the permanent subsidiary bodies. This is largely technical. We've got the SB on implementation and the SB on scientific and technological advice. So this takes place in the first weeks and includes over 100 agenda items. Then the second week then moves into the permanent into the governing bodies, which is the COP itself, and the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol (CMP), and the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement (CMA). So that is the second week. The main issue for the COP is the NDCs, really. Now that we've submitted, there's an assessment that was done, just released today, and the assessment is actually to compare in aggregate form globally what has been submitted and where are we towards meeting the Paris Agreement goals of 1.5 degrees in particular. So the synthesis report is out today, and not a bad story coming out of that. Of course, then the Brazilians also are hosting a heads of state summit on 6 to 7 November. Unfortunately, our president will not be able to attend, but Minister George has been designated to attend on behalf of the president. The summit is actually important because it will also deal with other critical issues such as the special needs and circumstances of Africa, where we're trying to look at the implementation or rally the entire global community towards channeling support to the African continent. So there's a number of agenda items under the summit, including the celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement that Minister George will also be attending, and the heads of states will also then be delivering their national statements during that summit 2 days. Next slide. Can we move to the next slide? Unless if it's my side. I'm stuck on the road to COP30 Brazil with the slide on the Yes, expectations for Belém Climate Change Conference. Once again, we do have the expectation for the COP, and the number one, as I said, is how does the adaptation framework look like when it comes to the indicators, and in particular, we will be zooming in on the indicators that talks to a means of implementation, but also because last year Baku could not deliver a decision on the Just Transition Work Program because parties could not agree. So the expectation this year is that we will have a decision on that, and an expectation as well is that we'll have a substantive decision on the mitigation work program. We're looking forward to the roadmap, 1.3 trillion. How are we going to achieve that? This will be presented by COP30, jointly by COP29 presidency and the COP30 presidency. As part of celebrating 10 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, the incoming COP presidency is committed to delivering a decision on the global stocktake under the United Arab Emirates because the COP last year as well here under the GST could not agree a decision here. And this is largely around the modalities of how we should conduct this global stocktake agenda item. So let's move to the next one. The priorities for South Africa, very simple, as I said, adaptation, framework, mitigation, work program. Can we make progress on matchmaking or on the platform, unlock more resources to developing countries? Just transition, can we finally agree on a decision on just transition that include whole of economy, whole of society approach? And on the loss and damage, this really about the operationalization of the fund. Now we are talking about when can we start making submissions to receive the money from the fund. But also we want to keep an eye on the technical body, which is the Santiago network, which will be important in us formulating those proposals. The finance is the 1.3 trillion roadmap and so forth. Transparency, we have submitted our first BTRs and there's a synthesis report. Let's look at that, including the lessons learned, but also the body that helped us to generate those transparency report, which is a consultative group of experts. Can we make it a permanent body? Currently, we have to renew it, and it's at the discretion of the parties in the room, whether it's 3 or 5 years. So can we make it a permanent body like other bodies that we have? The gender, building a robust gender action plan, it's also important, but here the real issue is we do have the plan. Can we come up with the finance for implementation of the plan? So those will be our priorities. It is then recommended that the portfolio committee notes the presentation in terms of the outcomes from Baku, but also our priorities going into Belém. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DG, and DMs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kekan. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have received all the presentation and also the overview from the department. Can we start engaging the presentation? Secretary will assist me on identifying the hands. I see Honorable Mananga, Honorable
Makasi,
Honorable De Block,
Mukwena,
Honorable Mukwena, Honorable
Kize,
Kize.
Yes, Chair. That's it for now.
Oh, I see 5 hands for now. Thank you very much. Can I give this opportunity to Honorable Mananga?
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity and greet everyone who is attending this meeting. Chair, my comments and my questions are based on the first 2 presentations, the CBD COP16 and the UNCCD COP16. The 2 conferences were held, just wait. Yes, the 2 conferences were held in 2024, of which one, the CBD COP16 resumed in February 2025. The reports are only coming today, the 27th of October. Why are these reports on the outcomes of the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity held in October, Chair, is being presented now. Is almost 8 months later. And this other one, the UNCCD COP16, which was held in December, it's almost a year later. These two reports, they were prepared somewhere on the 22nd of July, 2025, which tells me that it means there's no movement on recommendations since July if the presentation is the way it was, unless if there was a mistake on the date. To the DG and the Minister, what accounts for this delay? Was it on our side because we are having tight schedules? So we interested in knowing what mechanisms do you have as the department, Minister, to ensure that the reports on international environmental conferences are tabled before Parliament within a reasonable period? This is on the first two presentations that were done. The last two presentations, they are about, I think there are 6 priorities. I've noted the priority on just transition and also loss and damage. The funding, Minister, when is it going to be available? Because as the country, we're sitting with challenges. We have power generation stations that are closing down, that are on the verge of closing, others closed down already. Our people are losing jobs and they will continue to lose jobs. What is painful, Minister, is when you hear other countries, like the country that we met earlier this year as the portfolio committee there in Parliament, saying that they are using our coal to generate power. We don't really understand what's going on in this whole thing. We just want to be clarified. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Makazi.
Chair, thank you very much, and I welcome the presentations that were done by officials. My first question is, what actions have been adopted on draft initiatives in line with the climate change and the midterm evaluation of the UNCCD of 2018 to 2030 strategic framework? In line with the agreement regarding promoting sustainable land and water management, land restoration, while building drought resilience, what measures and work is the department doing in conjunction with the Department of Land Reform, Agriculture, and Water and Sanitation towards the promotion of sustainable land and water management, land restoration, while building drought resilience? On the outcome of the 16th Conference of Parties to the CBD COP16, how will the adopted program of work ensure effective participation of IPLCs in CBD processes? What specific actions will DFFE and DSTI take to implement the program here in South Africa? How does the recognition of people of African descent contribute to biodiversity conservation efforts? On the UNFCCC COP29, the Baku Climate Unity Pact established a new collective qualified goal of $300 billion per annum by 2035. Given the geopolitical tensions and the economic instabilities mentioned as a backdrop to COP29, what concrete actionable steps are being taken to ensure developed nations meet this commitment? And what are the penalties or recourse if they fail short? COP29 introduced carbon market guidelines, which could benefit developing countries. But there's a risk that wealthy nations might exploit these markets to circumvent actual emissions reduction. To prevent this, what checks are in place to guarantee genuine carbon credits and hold countries accountable? The last question, Chair, would be the loss and damage fund was welcomed within South Africa, leading its institutionalization. However, the context highlights the need for developing countries to submit proposals. What is the current timeline for operationalization of this fund to the point where developing nations can actually access resources? And what specific criteria will be used to determine eligibility and allocation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasi. Honorable De Block.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings again to all the colleagues on the platform. Thank you for the presentations. Chairperson, perhaps we've learned a lesson because the NDC for COP30 was submitted on time, but talking to the CBD COP, we were one of the countries, 72% of countries, in fact, that failed to submit our NBSAPs on time. The department mentioned that we are reviewing our NBSAP still, but I do want to know why this review process was not aligned to the timeline of COP16 and the deadline for that COP. Then, noting that South Africa is one of the world's few mega biodiverse countries, and there is a huge funding gap for nature, what provisions are in place in the resource mobilization strategy and the provisions of the Cali Fund that investment and support will go to, firstly, the countries with the most biodiversity to protect, and secondly, those countries where nature conservation is underfunded? Then, Chairperson, the revised resource mobilization strategy to 2030 is clearly insufficient to address the estimated $700 billion nature finance gap. So what will South Africa be doing to ensure additional investment and resource mobilization for our biodiversity? How will we be adjusting our budgets to ensure sufficient funding? And what innovative financing and conservation tools will we be using to address this gap? And I would suggest that the department speaks to both biodiversity stewardship and the involvement of the private and NGO sector in this regard. Then on the subject of desertification and drought and that UN COP, South Africa's water resource is our most precious commodity, yet only 19% of South Africa's strategic water source areas have any kind of formal protection. Given these areas' importance for protection against drought, but also their high levels of biodiversity, particularly threatened ecosystems and species, what strategies are in place to improve the conservation of strategic water source areas? And is the department working closely with the Department of Water and Sanitation on this issue? Because this falls within their targets as well. Then on the NDC for the upcoming COP30, I do acknowledge, Chairperson, that the NDC is a juggling act. We are committed to decarbonization, but if we do this too fast, we risk our economy and jobs. And if we do it too slowly, then we risk climate change impacts becoming more frequent and intense. But, Chairperson, certain stakeholders, including members of the Presidential Climate Commission, have labeled this NDC as unambitious, and they say that the science that informed their recommended NDC points to a more ambitious target being in the so-called sweet spot that balances the economy and climate change impacts. But the final NDC that has been issued and presented in front of us has been revised down from this initial recommendation, and some commentators have alleged this is for political reasons. So my questions on the NDC are, why is South Africa going against the PCC's recommendations and being less ambitious than the science and economics are telling us to be? What is the justification for this, and why is that justification not outlined in the NDC text? Then, was there any political interference, or what role did the Departments of Energy and Electricity, as well as Petroleum and Mineral Resources, play in the determination of the NDC? given both of those departments publicly stated interests in the ongoing inclusion and even expansion of coal and other fossil fuels in South Africa's energy production. And lastly, just 2 comments, Chairperson, if you'll allow. So far, only 64 of the 195 parties have updated their NDCs, and that is what that synthesis report that DDG Kakana was talking about is based on. But the 3 top emitters have not yet submitted theirs, so we do have to be a bit circumspect of those results. The USA in particular is unlikely to honor the NDC submitted by the Biden administration, but I am optimistic that the G20 Environment, Climate and Sustainability Working Group declarations that included air pollution as an agreed goal that all parties did consent to might give us a politically palatable way to reduce emissions in these top 3 emitters or emitting countries. And also the fact that renewable energy is becoming so much cheaper makes the economic argument, which means that even in Texas, which is very oil heavy, they are reducing their reliance on fossil fuels. And lastly, Chairperson, I'd just like to congratulate the Minister on his announcement last week at the Carbon Markets Africa conference on the draft South African carbon markets framework. This is a very important step forward, and it should be celebrated, but I hope that we will keep accelerating this work as we are playing catch up with a number of other countries, even some of our African neighbors. So I do hope that the Minister will be bringing Treasury on board as well as the other cabinet ministers to give proper value to these markets and ensure the integrity thereof. Thank you very much.
Baie dankie, achtbare die blok. Honorable Mukwena.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone on the platform. Let me take this opportunity and welcome both presentations. Chair, I have several questions here. I just want to check what are the implications of COP16's decision for indigenous communities and their traditional knowledge? Are there any potential conflicts or overlaps between the CBD's work and other international agreements or initiatives? What role will South Africa play in shaping the permanent financial mechanism for biodiversity? And how does South Africa stand a benefit from the CALIF Fund? And then on the UNCCD, which countries comprise of the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership, and how was the US the 12.15 billion raised? What are some of the innovative financing mechanisms in line with the UNCCD needs assessment as referred to in slide 6? Noting that the issue of 1.3 trillion contribution by developed nations was a contentious issue in COP29. What will be the position of South Africa in this regard? And what progress have we made? What progress have we made as a country against the Paris Agreement? Chair, and then again, on the Baku Climate Unity Pact included a global call on adoption, while a path forward for indicators work program was agreed. What is the tangible progress being made on developing these indicators, and how will the success of adoption efforts be measured beyond mere process, ensuring actual resilience in build? South Africa's priorities for COP30 include finalizing the global call on adoption framework, given the urgency of adoption needs, particularly for a vulnerable nation. What has this framework not been finalized sooner? What are the primary obstacles preventing this completion? The roadmap for 1.3 trillion mentioned as a non-negotiated outcome for COP30. How will this roadmap translate into actual accessible finance for developing countries, especially considering the challenges of the cost of capital and the need for non-debt instruments, which South Africa aimed to address during its 20 presidency? I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Chairperson. Greetings, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, honorable DMs, Singh and Swart. I would also like to extend my greetings to everyone present. Firstly, I would like to wish Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mama Kumalo, a speedy recovery. Honorable Chairperson, having considered the presentation, it is clear that while a COP16 outcome presents significant opportunities for South Africa, particularly in financing biodiversity, strengthening international cooperations, and affirming the rights and benefits of indigenous and local communities, there remains a serious implementation gap that threatens to undermine these commitments. The department has presented a high-level intentions, yet we have received limited clarity on timelines, budgeting, institutional readiness, especially concerning the Kali Fund Digital Square Information Benefit Sharing. I would like to acknowledge the progress made, but I must also emphasize that promises made on the global stage must translate into tangible delivery at home, with measurable outcomes, accountability, and direct socio-economic benefit to communities who are custodians of our biodiversity. My first question, Honorable Chairperson, concerning the Kali Fund and financial readiness. What legislative and regulatory steps have DFFE initiated to ensure South Africa can receive Kali Fund disbursement and enforce local contribution from commercial users of digital sequence informations? The DSI benefits sharing. How will DFFE ensure that local researchers and indigenous communities benefit from commercial DSI use? How is DFFE integrating traditional leadership structures and land rights holders into benefit sharing decisions? How will the new subsidiary body decision to domesticate into South African law? My last question, two questions I'll address to the second presenter. Financing and the, how you call this name, READER Global Draft Resilience Partnership. The presenter, you said the READER partnership will support 80 countries, including South Africa. What is South Africa's realistic financing envelope? By when? And what core financing is required from our side? Last question. You committed to review and update voluntary LDN targets by April 2025. Did you meet that deadline? Can you provide the update baseline, target, hectares and restoration and province level allocations through 2030? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, ngiyabonga kakhulu Baba Mkhize. Honorable Temba.
Sorry, Honorable Temba is visiting
Yes,
doctor. You are
but
sending
I see
his
the hand.
apology.
His hand is there. His hand is up.
I don't know. He said I must send his apology. I don't know. Okay, so thanks.
And his hand was not up, but after I realized that his hand is up, I did get that information that he's having an appointment with the doctor. Honorable Temba, are you there to ask questions or not? Something is wrong with this gadget, if it's not him. No, thank you. If
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes. Through you, Chair, maybe I can ask questions on Honorable Temba's behalf because he sent this question to me.
Oh, okay.
If you are the chairperson. All
Yes,
right.
you can do so.
All right. He said, how will the $300 billion annual climate finance will be allocated amongst different developing countries? What specific mechanism will ensure transparency and accountability in the carbon markets under Article 6? Second question, how will the mitigation work program be implemented to effectively match projects with funding sources? The last question is, what are the potential challenges for developing countries like South Africa initiating new carbon markets projects? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I also have a few questions. The first question is directed to the report by Mr. Maliti. What parallels can be drawn between South Africa's position towards COP30 and the G20 summit? What are we placing at the center and forefront in both these significant events or significant summit? Number two, still there. How will resource mobilization be coordinated to support long-term land and water management? The last one on that presentation. What role do global targets play in motivating action against desertification and land degradation? On the second report by Makare, what does the history, the hosting of centers by Sambi entail? And when does this work commence? What is the context behind South Africa and the Africa Group not supporting the recommendation of the UNPF2 as well as the inclusion of peace of African descent in the program of work? Number three, you have highlighted the need for robust mitigation strategies and ambitious NDCs for the COP30. What specific qualifiable actions in South Africa taking internally to strengthen its own NDCs and mitigation efforts beyond what has already been committed to set a credible example? The fourth one is the contest mentions the importance of just transition and securing recognition that transition must be economy-wide and supported internationally. What are the specific measurable economic and social support mechanisms that South Africa will be advocating for at COP30 to ensure a truly just transition, and how will this be funded? With the upcoming G20 presidency, South Africa has a significant opportunity to influence the multilateral financial architecture. How will the reforms you aim to pursue in areas like the cost of resources and mobilization ratio directly address the financing gaps identified in the context of climate action and adaptation for development nation? The last one, the enhanced transparency framework presents challenges for developing countries. What specific support mechanism and capacity building initiatives with South Africa champions at COP30 to ensure developing countries can effectively meet their reporting obligations without undue burden? The last questions, the that arose from the presentation or the report by Mr. Kekani. Are there any potential conflicts or overlaps between the CBD's work and other international agreements or initiatives? What role will South Africa play in shaping the permanent financial mechanism for biodiversity? And how will the intersessional process ensure that the financial mechanism effectively supports global biodiversity goals? Then the last one, it's how will the intersessional process ensure that the financial mechanism effectively supports global diversity goals? Thank you. Can I request the department to respond on the questions raised by honorable members if there's no other? I see another hand there. Who is? Oh, is that one of Honorable
Still
Temba?
Honorable Temba.
Yes, no, I've seen that. Thank you very much. Can we get responses from the department, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, and the honorable members for all the comments made in relation to the different presentations and also the questions that are posed by honorable members. I'm going to request the DDGs, biodiversity and conservation, and the colleagues that have presented to deal with their questions in relation to the areas where members are requesting for further information and clarity, and also on the other questions, the DDG of climate change and air quality will then respond on some of the issues. I think also Ms. Casella is in the meeting. Chair, I just want to, and maybe Minister will add at the end in relation to our submission of these feedbacks to the portfolio committee, just to outline the process. Before we go to any COP, we are then expected to put together a country position, and a country position that is consulted on with the various stakeholders that are impacted on, depending on the COP. So if it's a CBD COP on the biodiversity, we have various stakeholders that we engage with to be in a position to come up with the position that we are going to be taking to that COP. If it's climate, we also put together a position after consultation. So those positions are then taken through to Cabinet, and Cabinet will then approve that the delegation, either headed by the minister or the deputy minister, goes ahead and puts forward the country's position in the negotiation in the various COPs. And upon conclusion, the minister is then also expected to provide feedback to Cabinet, and that is done through the various Cabinet committees, which then ends up in Cabinet getting a clear outcome of that COP. So in relation to CBD COP 16, which would have happened last year in December, and also or November, December, and also concluded in February 2025, and also in relation to UNCCD 16, which happened in December, we would have then come back from those COPs, and we then we put together the final outcomes. And those final outcomes were then presented in Cabinet. They go through the various processes, and Cabinet finally approved those in the second or third week of May. We, however, in terms of the portfolio committee, are informed by the program, which then is agreed upon by the committee, we as on our side don't have necessarily an influence. And when the program is presented to us, Chair, we then make all those presentation and report backs on the various areas of focus by the committee available. However, I think I will be guided by the minister to say that possibly after Cabinet has considered an outcome, we can share with the committee, and then the committee can be in a position to then schedule it in the program. But we have in the past been informed by the program, and we would then respond to the program as expected. So basically, I think the program of the portfolio committee would have indicated that today we bring forward all these various COPs, and that is why we are discussing them today. But they were ready as early as May after Cabinet had approved. I would also want to indicate that in terms of implementation of some of those recommendations, in order to domesticate what then was agreed, that various branches immediately start working on programs, and they can be in a position to then indicate what is it that has been implemented on the ground as a way of domesticating the outcome of those various COPs. Chair. So I just thought I needed to respond to that, but I'm going to now request DDG, BNC, DDG Mokhotlwa to respond to the BNC related, and DDG Kekana will follow in relation to then the climate change related questions on the two last presentation. Chairperson, with your permission, DDG Mokhotlwa, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. And DDG?
Thanks to members for the questions and to DG for those opening guiding remarks. And thanks, Chairperson, for this opportunity to respond to the questions that members posed. I thought maybe let me just provide a context so that when we answer some of the questions, then they can be considered within the context that I will present. It is opportune that today the Portfolio Committee is considering the outcome of the Conference of Parties related to the 3 Rio Conventions, which is one on biodiversity, and then there's another on desertification, the 2 of which are within the branch biodiversity and conservation, and the last one being the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And I think that this meeting does start to provide an indication of how these 3 conventions in actual fact are complementary to each other. I further need to indicate that the 2 Rio Conventions that are within the branch biodiversity, the Convention on Biological Diversity and the desertification one, our meetings happened every 2nd year, unlike the climate change one that happens every year. As you will know, that the team is about to go to COP30 in Belém. And largely because when we look at measures that are required to really monitor progress in the implementation of interventions related to land degradation and or biodiversity recovery, those take long. So a 2-year lag time is then allowed for parties after the conference of parties to then go into an implementation phase so that when we go into the next cycle in the 2nd year, we then can reflect real progress in terms of how we are implementing the COP decisions. I think also the second element relates to how the conventions are funded. In the Climate Change Convention has got its dedicated fund, which is the Green Climate Fund, which also does make provision for matters related to land, as we would have had, and also related to biodiversity. You would also have seen in the Climate Convention that there's also another fund related to loss and damage, which obviously there are co-benefits for biodiversity, for recovering biodiversity, and also for addressing matters related to land. However, when you come into the two conventions, the one on desertification and on biodiversity, there are currently no dedicated funds. So under biodiversity, one of the major decisions that we achieved in the resume session, in Cali, was for one, the establishment of the financial mechanism for digital sequence information, which is where countries that are rich in genetic biological resources will be able to receive fund from the commercialization of genetic information or digital sequence information. So in the country, what we have currently, we have the bioprospecting access and benefit sharing regulations. And we do have a suspense account that is under National Treasury, from which funds that are derived from users, revenue from the users is deposited into, and then that revenue is then shared with the owners of traditional knowledge. And you will know about the famous case that we have between the San and Quake Council and the rooibos industry. It is our considered view that that is likely to mature into a mechanism that we can then use to receive the funds from the Cali Fund. And we still have to have further discussions, obviously, internally and also with National Treasury in terms of how we reorientate the fund itself to be able to receive funds from the Cali Fund. So that is the mechanism that we have, and that is the mechanism that we use in terms of how we engage with traditional knowledge holders on biological resources in participating into the broader biodiversity economy of the country and also globally also. So that is the one financing mechanism we have. Now, what was also agreed in Rome in the resume session, and this is in relation to biodiversity, is that there was agreement to then establish a permanent, what is called permanent financial arrangement for the implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We currently do not have a dedicated fund for biodiversity, and therefore what was then agreed was that there will be a process agreed towards establishing that permanent financing mechanism for biodiversity, so that we then can be able to meet the objective of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Fund and the mission to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity by 2030, which is the big objective that we are pursuing. Now, in relation to what then we are doing in implementing the Convention on Biological Diversity after COP, is that we are in the process of developing what is called the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. This is a tool that is very similar to what you have under the Climate Convention, which is the NDC, as colleagues have shared earlier on. Yes, they are ahead of the time and they've completed that. And we are taking a cue from that. You would have seen from the NDC that one of the objectives there relates to, under adaptation, then relates to ecosystem-based approaches. And that is one of the objectives that we are also taking into the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan in order for us to say, how do we use biodiversity as a response measure to address the challenge of climate change? That is one element, that is one area in which we are doing that. We have already engaged a number of stakeholders. We will be concluding this because we need to submit it to COP17. We will be concluding this next year in 2026. Obviously, we have to take it through the intergovernmental and the cabinet processes, similar to what has happened with the NDC, for it to be approved before we submit to COP17. And parallel to that, we are also completing what is called the 7th National Report. Now, the 7th National Report is a country report on what progress we are making in terms of halting and reversing the loss of biodiversity. And all these measures are then meant to respond to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So those are the two elements that we will then be submitting. The 7th National Report is actually due in February, and next year we are in data gathering phase. And it's an online reporting tool. Obviously, before we submit it, we'll take it to the minister for endorsement before we press a send button to submit that particular report. So that is what we are then doing under biodiversity. Then under desertification, you will then recognize that it's also one of those Rio Convention that does not have, although it does have what is called a global mechanism, which is the global, which is a fund that is dedicated to the convention itself. That fund is not heavily capitalized and has not moved to scale in terms of implementing some of the aspirations that are within the strategic plan. So the strategic plan is what is a tool that is then used to implement the convention under the CCD convention, and its term is up to 2030 also. Related to that, we then develop what are called land degradation net neutrality targets, as indicated earlier on, and we are currently in the review of those land degradation neutrality targets. And part of the reason why we had to ensure that our processes fall in sequence in relation to the NDC and then the NBSAP, and now we are working on the LDN target, is so that we ensure that at country level, there is alignment in terms of the global aspirations of the country. So the LDN targets, we will be concluding them next year. Same thing, we have a consultation mechanism that is in place, that is ongoing in terms of reviewing those LDN targets. And we will be submitting the revised LDN targets. And by the way, I need to indicate that the LDN targets themselves, the submission thereof is a voluntary measure for countries to do so. And then you would have seen that out of the COP17 in Riyadh was this Riyadh partnership that is funded by the Saudi Arabian government. We do not qualify as a country to participate in the Riyadh country because we are not considered a least developed country. And in terms of then implementing some of the measures related to land degradation, we have a national coordinating body in which the Department of, all the relevant departments, including Department of Agriculture, Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Land and Rural Development, they sit in those committees, even including the Research Commission, the Water Research Commission, the Agriculture Research Commission, the CSIR, the South African National Biodiversity Institute. They sit with us within the National Coordinating Body. We also have what is called a Committee on Science and Technology that then support any research related to land degradation. A few months back, we went to Cabinet to submit a report on the state of land degradation in the country and the various interventions that are in place. I need to emphasize here that the land degradation program within the department is underfunded. And most of the programs, if not all the programs that we are implementing related to land degradation, are funded by the by donors. Hence, Minister and Deputy Minister in June during the World Desertification Day went to Sekhukhune to open projects that are related to land restoration and also overcoming drought, where trees were donated, and also we had a donation of boreholes, and also further that that community will continue to participate further. We do have another intervention that we are taking, that we are implementing in the Northern Cape, also in relation to land degradation. And really, this is about restoring land, putting in gabions where there are dongas, and also planting trees so that the roots can hold the soil, providing boreholes where there is drought. And those are just some of the projects that we are implementing thanks to the donor program that we have. And further to that, we do have programs that are related to alien invasive plants. We have 2 programs that are also funded that are donor funded that we are implementing across the country. And those programs will really relate to physical removal of the alien invasive plant and looking into what other measures we can put into place to combat the growth or the spread of alien invasive plant, but also to further work with organizations like the Border Management Authority in terms of ensuring that we don't get any alien invasive species being exported into the country. We do have measures to undertake risk assessment in relation to such species and also physical measures to then put in place to eradicate species that can then spread for alien invasive species. So I thought that let me provide this context to members so that they then have a sense of what we are doing at a broader level. So apart from the fact that we have these global obligations at a national level, we do have programs in which we then domesticate direct implementation of some of the resolutions or the decisions that are being taken from the COPs. I don't know if my colleagues may want to add on the specific. I don't know. Maybe I should start with Mr. Malete.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG. And I think you have covered most of the questions that arose. But just to say that the questions were mostly around the IPLCs as well as the resource mobilization. And I just want to start with the questions around the IPLCs in terms of how, first of all, do we ensure that the IPLCs participate in our processes. So we do have forums where we meet with our IPLCs. And I must start by saying that in South Africa, we actually don't call them the IPLCs, but the local communities. And that's one of the reasons why we were not supporting the proposal from the UNPFII around the replacement of local communities, because in South Africa, that's what we call them. So we do meet with our traditional authorities from time to time. We do have, I think, quarterly meetings with them. We do have the people in parks, and this is where we meet with our communities. We do have the bioprospecting forums that we meet with our communities to engage them on any other matter that is of interest to them. So those are the mechanisms that we are using in terms of making sure that they participate. But I must also deal with the issue around the people of African descent in terms of who they are, because this matter refers to the African people that have actually descended to other regions of the world. And that's why on our side, our role would be to also make sure that we contribute positively to their welfare in terms of these discussions that are taking place at that level. But these are people that are outside of the African continent that have descended to the other regions. And then on whether the issues around the indigenous people, will there be potential conflict in terms of our systems that we are using currently? No, because we have been able to define it and make sure that we localized it and we call it the local communities, and there isn't any conflict that we are anticipating in relation to that. And I think you have dealt with the issues around the Caliphant and what would be our the mechanisms that we use. But I must say that in terms of the resource mobilization, as South Africa, we have been very, very critical in that discussion, and I don't want to deal with issues that you have raised, DDG, around the role that we were playing at the COP in relation to the articles that are in the convention text. But to also just say that with these financial arrangements that we have agreed to, in the intersessional sessions, what we are going to be doing is we will be looking at what works best and how we can make sure that the articles, Article 20, which deals with issues around developing countries, making sure that they support the developed countries, making sure that they support the developing countries. Also, Article 21 that deals with the issues of the establishment of the permanent fund for the CBD on a permanent basis, because we know that we've got the Global Environment Facility, which is an interim facility as it relates to Article 39 of the convention. But what we are also doing currently is that, as DDG said, we are currently developing the NB subs, which are then going to be, in that process, we are going to be conducting, or we have already started with the process of conducting the biodiversity expenditure review. So we want to know how much money have we spent on biodiversity since 2016, because we have done this exercise before, but we want to determine from 2016 to 2024, how much money have we spent on biodiversity. And that is going to then assist us to be able to determine the biodiversity finance plan. How much more do we need in order for us to implement the new global biodiversity? So those are the two issues that I thought I should deal with. But I think there was also an issue around what parallels can be drawn between the COP and the G20. And in my mind, I think the issue around resource mobilization always pops up, whether you are at the COP or in any other international forum. And I think that's where we need to find a global solution in relation to how we could raise funds for us to be able to implement all these conventions. Otherwise, I think I would leave it at that. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'll give over to Mr. Makale to handle some of the questions I may have left out on the desertification. Chair, through you.
Thank you, Chair.
May I continue?
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair, and thanks to the DDG. I think you covered most of the question, but one question I think was on the countries in the Africa region that are supporting the position of the Africa region on drought in terms of the legally binding global instrument. So all the countries in the Africa region are supporting that process, and that is process that has been endorsed by the AMSEN. Like indicated in the presentation, we have been nominated as South Africa to lead the process of trying to find consensus, which is going to be led by the Minister, Dr. George Dion. And then there was also a question on strategic water sources, which was referring to the securing and protection of strategic water sources in relation to the issues of drought. So what is happening is that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, working with the Department of Water and Sanitation, they've developed a higher level framework which outline key mechanisms and measures which need to be implemented to secure those strategic water sources in South Africa. And they're also in the process of refining the ground water, strategic water sources layer in that regard. But there are also other mechanisms that also overlap in terms of the strategic water source issues. For example, the land degradation neutrality targets, they contain an element of restoring and rehabilitating the wetlands ecosystem, which some of them falls within the strategic water sources area. But then there's also what we call the white paper on the conservation and sustainable use of our biodiversity, which also has the element of restoration of critical ecosystem, which some of them might include strategic water sources. I think those are the two questions that were remaining, and I think the DDG managed to cover most of the issue. I don't know if I missed anything, but I think there's also Madam Machusa, if she can hear us, maybe she can come in if we missed something. Thank you.
Thanks to Mr. Makale, Ms. Machusa said that she didn't get some of the questions because she's in transit where she is. I just wanted to say in conclusion to honorable members that we are on track to meet South Africa's obligations under the CBD and the CCD. And further to that is that we are undertaking a lot of work in respect of implementing previous COP decisions as a branch, as I highlighted earlier on. And of course, under both conventions, the biggest issue, as Mr. Maleti indicated, is financing. Because even for both these two conventions, we're not even talking trillions, as you would have seen under climate change, we're talking billions. So the gap under biodiversity is about 700 billion, and that was estimated. However, in terms of what the COP agreed to is that we will work on a 200 billion financing gap to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework. As we are speaking now, the subsidiary body on technical and scientific advice has just concluded its work last week in Panama City. And the subsidiary body on indigenous people and local communities started its work yesterday, and they will conclude tomorrow, with a view to then make recommendations that will go to the subsidiary body on implementation that will take place just before COP17 takes place next year in Armenia. And indications already from the subsidiary body on technical and scientific advice is that progress has been very slow in respect of implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework, and that we are unlikely to then meet the aspirations of the Global Biodiversity Framework by 2030. But we will get a formal report just before the COP that will then be considered a COP in terms of how countries are doing in progress to meeting the Global Biodiversity Framework targets under the drought or the desertification. And Deputy Minister Swartz was at the COP. One of the big issues was around having a mechanism in place for drought. And there are countries that do not agree to having a mechanism for addressing drought, and which is an issue that affects South Africa greatly. And obviously, as you will know, it's a factor of climate change also. And South Africa has then been requested through the minister to champion the drought so that by the next COP, there could be deeper discussions around having a protocol in place that will then address drought. And that protocol has got a related financing mechanism to assist countries that are greatly affected by drought to be able to implement initiatives to address drought-related matters. So for both these two conventions, as I indicated, all the implementation instruments related to the COP and BSAP under the CBD and the 7th National Report, those are due next year. Same applies under the CCD. We will be submitting the revised land degradation neutrality targets related also with the national report. Those will also be submitted next year. And both these reports will then give a full overview of how South Africa is progressing in terms of reversing and halting the loss of biodiversity under UNCBD, or otherwise addressing matters related to land degradation, desertification, and drought under the UNCCD. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, DDG. Let me check with the minister. I've seen that the minister is still in our meeting. Honorable Minister, do you have something to say?
Yes, thank you very much.
I agree with you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the questions, the insightful questions. It's always good to have an opportunity to engage with the committee. We do appreciate that very much. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think firstly, on the timing of the reports, as the DG says, there is in fact a process, and it's quite an onerous one, because obviously when we finally go to, so in other words, we say this is our position, we agree, we go to the conference, etc., then we have a report back, and then it goes through the cabinet process, and there are very strict protocols in terms of communication during and after that process. But I do agree that it's a good idea, if it's possible, that once we've processed the feedback and the reports through that cabinet process, that we can then send the report to Parliament, even if it's before our engagement, because obviously there's a timetable. So I think that is just the question raised about, why is there a delay? I think if we then submit it when we can, then Parliament will have it, the committee will have it, and then when we come to the committee again, they can ask some questions. So I think that that's a good idea, and it's a good question. That then on the loss and damage and related to the financial pieces of this a response to climate change, which is obviously an existential crisis for us. I think the question's a bit bigger than loss and damage. Obviously, we want to make sure that we can get the loss and damage funded as much as possible, and that we can get as much support as we can for communities, etc., that are affected by climate change, and it's accelerating. But I think also crucially, as mentioned by one of my colleagues, was that COP last year was specifically focused, it was meant to be the finance COP. And as we know, there were certain obligations that were agreed, etc., to be achieved over the next couple of years. But also what we're finding is that the developed economy countries are saying, because they are assisting in funding the JET RP, etc., but they are saying that they have quite a lot of financial pressure, because they've got to have, they've got other pressing priorities now regarding defense, also in terms of electorates that are maybe have less of an appetite to support the climate response, etc. So when we go to Belém, which will be happening, as everybody knows, it will be next week, starting after next week, that this conversation needs to be had about the financing. So in other words, those developed economy countries who have made the promises and they have to get onto the plate here, the question has to simply be, do as you say you will do. So if you're going to give the money, then do. If you're going to make it available, then please do. Don't double count it. But if we're not going to get it, then we need to know, because then we need to make another plan on it, etc. So we need to be as resilient as we can in terms of those responses with the finances we have. There was a question that was raised on the NDCs. I think the other issues were covered. On the NDCs, I think we must be clear that ultimately it is in fact a political process, and it is in fact a political decision that is made. And what is crucially important, and this South Africa, we gave this gift to the world of the just energy transition. We were the first countries that spoke about the just of it all. And the whole idea about just is leave nobody behind. So we've seen that, for example, if your pace is too fast, and you're in your transition, you can actually cause a lot of hardship, which is not what we want. We're also very mindful of the fact that our economy is not growing fast enough. So we must be mindful of the frame in which we're operating, and also the context in which we operate. So when the NDCs were put together, and they did go out for public participation, etc., we were very clear in terms of having a realistic NDC. So in other words, it obviously not only needs to take us forward towards the objective, we obviously want to reduce our carbon footprint, we want lower emissions, etc. We all agree that. There's no disagreement on that. But there is disagreement on capacity and pace. So what the department did was do a very scientific with the scientists, etc. It's quite a process. and had a look and see, well, what is South Africa's commitment? And yes, indeed, there were engagements with other departments, such as transport, minerals, energy, and electricity, for the very simple reason is that we actually have to collaborate on these things. So we know the plans that we have in terms of moving in the right direction in this just transition. So we have to make sure that there is, in fact, a pathway, because this was raised actually with me when we had the discussion at the PCC, was that, oh, we'll just throw out a number and it's ambitious and, you know, it indicates your intention. Now, of course, it does that. Not that, I mean, our number is in fact ambitious, but so my response to that has been, it has to be realistic because we want to achieve what we say we're going to achieve, bearing in mind that we are busy with the transition and our economy, the pace of our growth in our economy is limited. So we all know these constraints. So it has to have an actual pathway and it has to be realistic. Now, the NDC has put together, does have in fact a pathway to get there. Also, you got to fund this thing and it's very expensive. And we've got to bear in mind that finance is always going to be limited. So with the PCC, they did do a report, but the PCC was not completely unanimous either, in that there was different views that were expressed in the PCC. So in my view, and also another thing, very importantly, is what's going to happen at Belém is that the countries have all submitted their NDCs. Of course, South Africa will be amongst that. We're gonna add it up, and then we're gonna see, well, what is this? What does this total look like? So where does it take us? And it's likely that it's not going to be enough. You know, I would think, but we'll have to see. And if that's the case, then, well, what does that mean for the world? Then how do we respond? And that comes us back to the loss and damage, responding to adaptation, because if you can't mitigate fast enough, well, then you're going to have to adapt. And we're very mindful of that. So that's really the background of the discussion on the NDCs. All obviously affected departments discuss it, went for public participation, the PCC gave their inputs, and then there was a final decision that was taken in the context of South Africa, and that's the final decision that was taken that will then go to Belém. The carbon market framework was mentioned. Yes, indeed, that in the event that we shoot the lights out in terms of, you know, way overshoot our NDCs, for example, there would in fact be quite a bit of space then for carbon credits to be sold, etc. But we don't know what the future is going to bring. But what we do know for certain is that there is a pathway and we're on that road. And I think that's the crucial issue. Also, well, obviously members would know that we had a very successful G20 working stream in the department, because it was one of few that actually got a full consensus G20 ministerial declaration. In fact, we got 2 of those, because the view was that they should be split in case one of them did not go through, because they were not connected that much. So we got a ministerial declaration on crimes that affect the environment, and crimes that, sorry, not crimes, the declaration on air quality, which is a big thing. So the declaration on air quality, that actually feeds into the narrative that's a very good one for the upcoming COP at Belém now, because with multilateralism under threat, etc., we as South Africa are able to go there and say, despite all the complexities in the world, despite some nation withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, we in fact have got something here that talks to air quality, that talks to moving in the right direction in terms of the energy. And here it is, and it was agreed when people said that it's not possible to actually agree something. So I think that brings South Africa very powerfully into the picture. And we all know that South Africa, as a sensible nation in the world, as a participant in this existential crisis, finding the solutions as a non-aligned nation, we do exceptionally well in the multilateral space, where we are a voice of reason, a sensible voice in a sometimes tumultuous world. So that has been very well done. And we will take that message with us then to Belém, because it is so that the Brazilians are quite anxious about having their COP now at a time when multilateralism is under such enormous amount of pressure. But we as South Africans demonstrated that you can get countries that maybe battle to talk to one another to agree something very significant here. So we really did something historical, and we did a really good service, not only to our country, but also to our region, our continent, and of course now to share with the world at COP. I think, Chairperson, my team has covered all of the questions, and I think I've covered all. If there are any others that we have not covered, then perhaps we can get them in writing and then we can respond, because we want to make sure that we obviously are comprehensive to your committee, because obviously we respect that you have the oversight, and we want to make sure we fully comply with our obligations. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, members.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, the DG and your entourage, for all the responses that you have given to the Portfolio Committee. And thank you so, so much for availing yourself into this meeting today. The meeting was a success because you were here to present and also to give responses wherever it needs be. We really appreciate. As I'm about to release you, may the grace of God be upon your good selves when you step out of this meeting, and stay blessed. The Portfolio Committee members will remain because we still have a business. Oh, I see the hand of DM Singh. I don't know whether it's a new hand or...
Yes, it's a new hand, Acting Chair. I know the Minister has spoken, and I think the Minister and our team have done an excellent job. But originally, when we looked at your program, you did have CITES involved, and I think the Minister will explain that CITES COP takes place from the 22nd of November to the 5th of December in Uzbekistan, and the Minister is currently dealing with the South Africa's position at a cabinet level, and perhaps, Honourable Minister, we could brief the committee before we leave on South Africa's position on some of the CITES matters. But I think, Minister, if you can come in on that, and I'm sorry I didn't discuss it with you before that. Thanks.
Thank you, DM. I don't know of another time for briefing for now, since the committee members has got something to deal with, and also there is a sitting that we need to attend to. But also what I wanted to indicate is that the committee will love to be notified when the cabinet processes are concluded on COP outcomes, so that it can assist on scheduling our committee programs.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, is there something burning that you need to say for now in a word or two? Because really we are now behind time.
No, thank you, Chair. I am covered.
No, thank you very much. You are released. Oh, Honorable Makasi, or before I release the
Chair,
department.
Chair,
Yes.
just on what Honorable Singh has just raised, in terms of the briefing on position of South Africa to the event happening on the 20-something of November to December, maybe we should at a later stage through the office of the chairperson and the 18 try and arrange, even if it's an hour meeting on
Yes.
Zoom, so that we can get that briefing. It's important that we get it. Thank you.
Agreed. Agreed. Now the department has been released. Now we go back to our business as the members of the Portfolio Committee. Secretary, can you check as to how many members left here? Do we still form a quorum that we can proceed with the business of the day before?
Okay, Chair, let me check. Yes, Chairperson, we may proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, there's an item there. Can you please flag it, Secretary? Thank you very much. Honorable members, there are 3 items there: consideration and adoption of the BRRR report, adoption of minutes of the 7th and 8th October 2025, oversight to Northwest Province debriefing. I just want to check with honorable members. Do we engage on this, or maybe we can agree on setting another time if people are pressed, because I know that those who will be in Parliament physically. What do we do? Are we continuing with the meeting or what? Honorable members. Yeah, I see the hand of Honorable De Block.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable
Yeah, if I'm happy to continue. I don't have a time constraint because I'm not sitting in person today. But if there are members who are sitting in person, I will leave it up to them for their suggestions on timing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makasi.
Chair, I'm covered with with what Honorable De Block is saying, that we should be indicated to if whether there are members that must still get to buses or get to Parliament. Otherwise, I'm also not joining in person. So if there's no one that is pressed with time, we can continue maybe until 1:30, so that we can be able to join the meeting too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. iPhone 15 Pro. Who is there? Come again?
It's who can she be removed?
iPhone 15 Pro. I can't hear.
It's
Remove.
MP Peter's chair. I am going physically to the house today, so yeah, I'm not sure if I'm the only person.
Oh, I think China is going physically today.
Yes.
Meaning
Yeah,
it's
yes. I'm also attending physically.
yes, I've seen your name there.
Yeah.
Honorable members, it's only 2 members that will be leaving.
Chair, may I come up with the proposal if it's agreeable with members? Maybe we can schedule an hour, maybe tomorrow or on Friday for the adoption of the BRRR, but it has to be this week so that it can be ATC'd before our debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if we take the proposal or we deal with 1 or 2 items, then if it's 1:30, then we make those arrangements or the proposal. Honorable Makasi.
Chair, if the BRRR report is required this week still, now the time now is 25 to 1. We can deal with it up until 1.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, and whatever, maybe the minutes as well, it's quick to adopt them so that we do not have to schedule another meeting.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I do align myself with Honorable Makasi that we can deal with that one. If the 2 maybe can leave while we are busy. Again, we started with them, we're arranging for now to start with our meeting. Can't we do likewise, honorable members?
Yes, continue, Chair. They are still here.
That's acceptable, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can the report be flagged and Secretary?
Yes, and let us will flight the report.
Good day, honorable members. This is the draft report. I hope it's visible on your side, Chair.
It is.
Okay. I don't know if members want us to go to the observations or we'll go through each section. I will be guided given the time factor.
Honorable members, which way to go? Or maybe we leave it to him, just deal with the issues that he think it's necessary for him to present to the committee, or what? Honorable Peach?
Yes, Chair. I think perhaps let's leave it to Nhlanhla. I think that's a good indication that you gave. If there's any thing of interest, I think specifically just surrounding SAFCOL, the rest of the presentations, we have ventilated in our previous sitting. So perhaps you can just give us an indication on SAFCOL. And then the recommendations and discussion points as per the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nhlanhla.
All right, Chair. If that is agreeable, then I will touch on there is a reference to that SAFCOL did not table. I will just go. Let me see.
It's on page 14 in Nhlanhla.
Page 14.
The second bullet point.
Yes, this one, Chair. I don't know if members want to make an input to it or in terms of amending it. In relation to Honorable Peach's point. So the way it's captured now is that the committee noted with disappointment that the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment did not table the South African Forestry Company Limited's 2024-25 annual report as required.
Section 65.
Section 65 of the PFMA. This repeat non-tabling in 2024 when the 2023-24 annual report was not tabled as required.
By legislation.
This is a repeat. This is a repeat non-tabling that began in 2024. When the 2023-24 annual report was not tabled as required by legislation.
Okay.
Okay. Do we progress, Chair?
Yes, let's progress.
Okay. So basically under section.
I see
Honorable
the
Manaka.
Honorable Manaka.
Okay.
Can I just make some addition there?
On that very
SAFCOL. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check. Yes. I think we need to be clear, honorable members, that each and every entity under this department must respect the authority of the parliament and upholds the principles of good governance, because failure to table the report it's not only undermining the portfolio committee, because we as the portfolio committee members, we have the mandate that we had to carry, but we need to demand that the SAFCOL must appear or must table its report. I don't know when, as soon as possible. It's almost more than a month or more than 3 weeks now after we met, and there's nothing that is being reported. It's like they don't know what they are supposed to do. We need to strengthen that point in Kandla.
Chair, through you, I think that will go to recommendations or conclusions there. But maybe on that point, Chair, they have indicated that they are hoping to finalize the process now in November, because the audit have been submitted for review by the AG. So Honorable Singh indicated as part of the commitments that they've made that they are working with the management of SAFCOL to ensure compliance in the coming year. And one of the points is to ensure that their ERP system is tested and functional to allow them to extract the reports so that they can table on time. They did raise this thing when we were dealing with the Q4 report, that they seem to be struggling with the efficient working of their ERP system. But that point, I think, can be added under recommendations to the minister, because then the minister will have the oversight responsibility over his entity. Or we are directing the board.
I think we can put it as one of the recommendations. I see the hand of Honorable De Block.
Yes, Chair. Just on this SAFCOL issue, I think the delay now is with the AG. Actually, the reports have been tabled with the AG, but I do see on page 17 in Klantla, in the department's responses, you've captured the indication that they should have the reports ready by December 2025. And perhaps we can add there the fact that the department did commit to supplying these reports to the committee when they are ready, because that isn't captured anyway. And I'm very happy for it to go in the recommendations as well, that as soon as the department has those reports, that they are delivered to the committee as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Are we happy with that?
Yes,
So
Chair, it will be covered in the recommendations. I am happy.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed, Ntantla.
Okay, we'll just clean this one up properly, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, this was related to SAFCOL. If maybe there's any other sections under maybe committee's observations that members feel needed to be reflected on, that maybe was not captured or can be strengthened.
Any other observations, members? Honorable De Block.
Thank you, Chair. I think during the meeting, Honorable Makasi made a very good suggestion that the new boards where they have been appointed are introduced to the committee at an early stage, so that we can know who we're working with. And Klantla, I'm not sure if that's captured. I didn't see it in any of in the document.
Yeah, it's this one. There is for the committee. You mean broader, including source board, or because this one I think it was relating to SANParks.
Yeah, I will have to defer to Honorable Makasi who made the suggestion, but I did think it was all of the new boards, but it may just have been the SANParks board that she requested. I'm not entirely sure.
Honorable
If I may
Makasi.
come in, Chair, yes.
Yes.
It was in specifically for the new SANParks board, Honorable de Block, but I also support you because the SOS one is also recently gone to their new appointment. I think there are new people that are there. So let's then have one sequence of ensuring that we also meet every board that we're working with. As long as there's a new board that we don't know, we must know about them. We must know their faces as well. So let's then combine it to all boards that we need to meet with.
Right, Chair.
Thank
I've
you
added
very much.
SOS and SANBI as well.
Yes, agreed.
Chair. Yes. All right. We're doing things slightly differently because of this 1 o'clock time. Then we are back to the recommendation. The first recommendation is directed to the committee. This one. This was related to more as a follow-up to this was discussed during one of the meetings when we're dealing with quarterly reports. Because what happens with the BRRR, some of the information gets carried over from those discussions. Then there's the part which deals with the board, and then it's the recommendations for the committee to have a briefing by National Treasury on the allocation or the method of allocating environmental funds. The committee's view on this one, from the time when we're dealing with the waste management right through quarterly report, was I don't know whether I can call it unhappiness that there's there's environmental funds, whether it's from plastic levies or tire waste, that is generated, and Treasury returns very little of that, and which is not enabling the serving of the purpose that those funds are meant to do. So that is one of the areas that will be reflected in the next program of the committee. Then to the department, basically it's on ensuring there's oversight on the implementation of preventative or corrective measures, which is the implementation of audit action plans to their fullness to avoid their repeat findings, and also ensuring there's consequence management where there are still outstanding cases. The department indicated that they still have a backlog that they need to deal with in terms of findings, and they will be working on trying to clear those backlogs over the coming period. So the view of the committee, or the resolution of the committee, is that those should be reflected in their audit action plan. And of course, it's the point that every time when they appear before the committee, they will indicate they will present on their performance during that quarter, their finances and non-financial, but also importantly on the progress made in implementing their audit action plan. And then it's this one of a reminder to the minister to table as soon as possible the SAFCOL annual report. And then to SANParks, Chair, it's the one relating to their events, particularly around holidays, how they are planning to manage the influx of tourists, because it's one of their targets that they missed in the 24-25 financial year. But for the 25-26 financial year, based on recent observations, they have likely exceeded it, but now they also unintended or unexpected problems that have resulted, which is the blocking of roads because there's been more tourists coming as part of the implementation of their market strategy to increase visitors into the parks, which then also created unhappiness among visitors because others, they had to wait hours and hours. Others did not even get inside the parks. It was countrywide problems where the problem was worst in Cape Town, both the Table Mountain as well as the Cape Point, that side, and Kruger National Park. So they have agreed to work on this plan, and they are going to brief the committee when they come for their quarterly report. Then the other parties progress on implementing their audit action plan. Because there were some findings, including some repeat findings, as well as the delay in particular on transitioning from the old system to the new hotel management system that they are planning to roll out. Oh, it's actually in process. I think they said they are piloting 4 or 5 parks that are the pilot stage, then they will roll it out. So that will be part of their briefings when they appear before the committee. And then on Sunday as well, so it's the same message that the committee said that all the entities must report on the progress of finalizing their audit action plans. Sunby, I think, had indicated that they had implemented about 97%. So there's few findings from the 23-24 financial year that are yet to be finalized. And now there's also maybe a few other findings that they need to incorporate into that. So that will be included. And then it's how they will be implementing their repositioning strategy, and particularly around infrastructure. So that will be that was one of the things that they needed to submit a written response on. Then it's the weather service. The weather service had 2 specific ones. One is which is the one at that point of audit action plan implementation, which applied to others as well. Then it was the part relating to the details around the relocation of the air quality monitoring stations. They have already submitted. These ones were shared in the committee's WhatsApp group, and they were shared. They were sent on the due date, or they were sent to the committee on the due date. That is it roughly, Chair, unless there's input from members. Otherwise, I think it could be then tabled to the committee.
Thank you very much, Nhlanhla. Honorable members, is there any other issues that we need to raise?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes. Who is there? Honorable Mkhize.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
I heard Nhlanhla talking about repeat audit findings, but I didn't hear anything about poor consequence management for financial misconduct. And also would like also to more emphasize the unacceptable non-tabling of SAFCO annual report that is violation to PFMA. If these matters are not resolved, one will be finding myself in a corner where we cannot accept this draft report. Thank you.
Thank you. You are saying that I think you are not covered even if it's included in our recommendations.
No, sir, ma'am, I said, sorry, Honorable Chairperson. Especially the poor consequence management for financial misconduct needs to be included.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Tlantla, what can you advise?
Consequence management is broad, Chair. There is one aspect of it which deals with compliance with legislation or the non-compliance with legislation. There's other aspect which deals with the training and capacitation of the officials linked to those processes. Then there's other aspect which deals maybe with the preparation of documents. For example, you find that there were errors in terms of setting of the targets or the indicators of the targets. So the consequence management can relate to that. Then there's also consequence management that can relate to the root causes of irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure. So consequence management in this sense is broad. It encompasses everything, unless the committee is of the view that we need to spell out each component of consequence management that is relating to the recommendation. But also, Chair, it's also affecting different entities at a different level. For example, with the weather service, consequence management could be related to the weaknesses in their ICT system, which resulted in the cyber attack. And that consequence management will be slightly different to the ones maybe, for example, of SAFCOL, not SAFCOL, SAFCOL also as well, where consequence management is relating to the non-tabling or the root causes of non-tabling on time. And for the maybe SunParks, consequence management could be broad, including like the cash management, which created a vulnerability for money possibly being stolen. So the way it is framed now, it's broad, say that there should be investigation of cases and their stages, as well as the consequence management associated with the findings, without necessarily spelling out that it's a financial misconduct or the errors in annual reports or annual performance plans. So the sense I get, Chair, is that the point on consequence management covers broadly what Honorable Mkhize is raising.
Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With our department, I think we need to set the record straight and put it maybe mechanisms that we need to use in dealing with these repeat audit findings and poor consequence management for financial misconduct, especially financial misconduct in different entities, not maybe only in Simangali. So we need to combine all the entities, because I think our departments lacks mechanisms of dealing with the poor consequence management. If maybe we can advise or I'll say advise or give a clarity what needs to be done, because it's look as if abantu bayazingenela bayiphumela nje kugcinwa ama-record, but without ukuthi kugcine kutraceekile ukuthi kuphethakala kanjani uma kukuthi bagcine bengaphefomanga kahle ey'ndaweni ey'thile. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Honorable members. Is there something that we need to add so that we can continue? And Honorable De Block.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to check with Member Mkhize if under 7.2, where it says the department should provide the committee with the number of investigation cases and their stage as part of consequence management, is that not enough of a mechanism for the department to present on their consequent management progress on a quarterly basis?
Honorable Mkhize.
Yes, thank you, Honorable De Block. I think I've missed that one. Thank you. You've covered me. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much. Can we continue, Nhlanhla?
Yes, Chair. I think this was the input, unless maybe members have another input somewhere, suggestion that they, in relation to the recommendations that may need strengthening or rewriting to be a little bit clearer or stronger, or if there is none, Chair, then you can table the report.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. If there's nothing, I table the report. Any mover for adoption of the BRRR report? I see the hand of Honorable Makasi, then Honorable De Block.
Thank you. I move to adopt the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasi. Honorable De Block.
I'll second that motion, Chair, and thank our A team for their excellent work.
Thank you very much. Item number 2, I think, is the meeting. The minutes,
Chair.
Yes, the minutes of is it the 7th?
The 7th and the 8th.
Yeah. Oh, what's this?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable De Block.
I'm just conscious of time. We've gone past our 1 o'clock deadline and we do have colleagues heading to Parliament. Are they still okay for us to continue?
Oh, okay. So you wanted to suggest that maybe we leave the minutes?
Perhaps these could stand over for a future meeting if our colleagues are unhappy with that.
Honorable Mananga?
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I don't know. I don't think it will take us much of our time because we've already gone through these meeting minutes. That's my view.
Honorable Pitch, I see your hand also. Honorable Pitch.
Yes, sorry, Chair, I was struggling there. Chair, I also think we can leave this in abeyance. I'm not sure if it's really that necessary.
Okay, so there are no due dates on this that we can reschedule them next time. I see the hand of Nhlanhla. Advice?
Yes, Chair. We have another meeting where we'll be dealing with the committee admin. So if members are of the view, then they will be dealt with in that meeting, Chair.
Oh, all right. Honorable members, do we agree that we can defer these minutes? We'll deal with them in our next meeting.
Yes, agreed, Chair.
Thank
Agreed,
you.
Chair.
Thank you so much. So
We agree.
thank you. We are all in agreement, meaning this brings us to the end of our meeting. Thank you so much, honorable members. I know that it was a very, very, very long day, and we're still going to have our sitting. Just go and prepare yourself and make some food in order to get strength to continue in our next meeting. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Chair. God bless.
Thank you.
Okay, bye, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye,
Bye. Bye,
members.
Thank
for
you,
now.
Chair. Have a lovely day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.